I'm not ready. Alright, why were we in Windhelm? Just completely forgot what I was doing here. Help! I have the memory of a goldfish. I probably wanted to talk to Ulfric, but according to my, journal, I need to talk to Arngir first for use of the premises. I hope he's still not mad at me. Hate this place. It's so difficult to navigate for no reason. Arngir, where the fuck are you? No, I need one of the motherfuckers that can actually talk, sorry. I guess we could check out in the courtyard. Wooden hoit.
Alduin? We heard the Dragonren shout from here. You defeated him? I feared as much. I thought it was him we saw flying east after your battle. We are not warriors. What is overlooked in the Dragonborn is not permitted to any other followers of the Way of the Voice. You misunderstand our authority. The Greybeards have never involved themselves in political affairs. I see. The dragon will lead you to Alduin, but without the Jarl's help. Paarthurnax has made the decision to help you. This is the road we have to walk. Even the Greybeards must bend to the winds of change, it seems. So be it. Tell Ulfric and General Tullius that the Greybeards wish to speak to them. We will see if they still remember us. Breath and focus.
Alright, I see. I guess he was up here doing his graybeard shouty thing. Who built this place?
Good thing you did for Nurelion, retrieving that file for him before he died. Man was obsessed.
Algrif won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's putting a great deal of pressure on Whiterun.
And what would you have me do?
If he's not with us, he's against us.
He knows that. They all know that.
How long are you going to wait?
You think I need to send Bolgraf a stronger message?
If by message you mean shoving a sword through his gullet.
Taking his city and leaving him in disgrace would make a more powerful statement, don't you think?
So we're ready to start this war in earnest then?
Soon.
I still say you should take them all out like you did dead King Torrig.
Torrig was merely a message to the other Jarls. Whoever we replace them with will need the support of our armies.
We're ready when you are.
Things hinge on Whiterun. If we can take the city without bloodshed, all the better. But if not...
The people are behind you.
Many, I fear, still need convincing.
Then let them die with their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Galmar.
Oh my god, shut up!
I'd follow you.
Only
into
the
depths
foolish
of
or the
oblivion.
courageous approach a
You know
Jarl
that.
without summons. Do I know you? Ah, yes. Destined for the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, but why? As you can see, I have much that requires my attention. If you're inclined to gab, there are some nice prison guards. A fair point. I'm always looking for able... Seems we're... So long as your
I'll
criminal
die
past
before
stays
elves
in the
dictate
past,
the fates of
and you
men.
fight for me with honor
Not
and
one
integrity.
I have no intention of fighting for you. I just need to fucking...
Because you often see where we can best use your talents. It's about time they turned their gaze from the heavens back to our bleeding homeland. What do they want? I have the greatest respect for the Greybeards, of course, and the dragon attacks are a growing plague. But the political situation is still I can't afford to appear weak. I can't agree to this unless Tullius himself will be there. I can't agree to any peace council until I know Tullius will be there. The other Jarls could take that as a sign of weakness. You're right. Let Tullius be the one to insult the Greybeards by refusing their summons. Show up these Imperials for the foreigners they really are. Yes, I'll give Tullius one more.
I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to...
Okay, yeah, have fun with that. I'm leaving. I have nothing but nice things to say about this game until the minute I have to do main quest bullshit, and then I'm just like, oh my god, leave me alone.
Papa said, see Rob. Anymore. But he wouldn't tell me why not.
What? You must have plenty of tales to tell. But I'm afraid I'm too busy to hear.
Hey,
I might might be getting slightly a little bit tired of this game. It has been quite some time since we started streaming.
Now I remember. You're the new member of the Companions. So you what? Fetch the mead?
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning an attack on Whiterun.
He'd be insane to try. He doesn't have the men.
That's not what my scouts report, sir. Every day more join his
Right. Look, enough.
And Winterhold support him.
I remember you. You were at Helgen. Speak to Legate Ricka. I suspect we could use someone like you. Good. It's not a cause. Speak with Legate Ricka. She will the Greybeards. What do those old hermits want with me? Why, there's nothing to discuss as long as that traitor Ulfric is in arms against his rightful emperor. They are getting to be a problem, but I wasn't sent to Skyrim to fight dragons. My job is to quell this rebellion, and I intend to do just that, dragons or no dragons. Has he? I suppose he doesn't want to miss a chance to bluster about the Empire's many crimes. He's probably hoping I'll refuse so he can blame the Empire for being unreasonable. I think I'll have to disappoint him yet again. Yes, fine. I'll come to this Greybeard Council. For all the good it will do.
Call it whatever you like, General. The man's going to try to take Whiterun.
Jarl Balgruuf.
Balgruuf
He's not here! He's in Whiterun!
The Greybeards have called a peace council at High Hrothgar. Can you believe it? Both Ulfric Stormcloak and General Tullius have agreed to go.
Word gets around fast, I guess. Alright, fine. Yeah. Let's get this moving. Believe it or not, this is actually one of the better quests in the game. I'm just not really looking forward to having it on stream because it's mostly just talking. Why are you here?
So, you've done it. The men of violence are gathered here, in these halls whose very stones are dedicated to peace. I should not have agreed to host this council. The Greybeards have no business involving ourselves in such matters. Peace? I doubt it. They may put their weapons down for a moment, but only to gather strength for the next bloodletting. They are not yet tired of war. Far from it. You know the ancient Nord word for war? Season unending. And so it has proved. But regrets are pointless. Here we are. Take your seat at the council table, and let us see what wisdom we can find among these warriors of Skyrim.
We actually got a quick glimpse at the council table earlier.
So, Arngeir, is it? You know why we're here. Are you going to let us in or not?
I'm in my seat. Would y'all like to hurry this up? I have places to be, dragons to kill. Come on, snap, snap. Chop, chop.
Now that everyone is here, please take your seats so we can begin. I hope that we have all come
No.
here in the spirit
You
of...
insult us by bringing her to this negotiation? Your chief Talos hunter?
That didn't take long.
Diplomat.
Here, here.
I have every right to be at this negotiation. I need to ensure that nothing is agreed to here that violates the terms of the White Gold Concordat.
She's part of the Imperial delegation. You can't dictate who I bring to this council.
Please, if we have to negotiate the terms of the negotiation, we will never get anywhere. Perhaps this would be a good time to get the Dragonborn's input on this matter.
By Izmir's beard, the nerve of those Imperial bastards, eh? To think that I would sit down at the same table with that Thalmor bitch. Either she walks or I do.
It's like herding cats.
Maybe so, but bringing her here is a deliberate provocation. Tullius needs to know I won't be pushed around. It feels like a mistake to me. But I'll bow to your judgment on that.
Basically, the idea here is that
She is to observe, nothing more.
we want to sort of make it so that each side comes away largely equal to another.
After all, it's not the Thalmor that's burning your farms and killing your sons.
She's supposed to be on our side?
You know exactly. No. Not this time.
Now that that's settled, may we proceed?
I have something to say first.
Here we go.
The only reason I agreed to attend this council was to deal with the dragon menace. There's nothing else to talk about. Unless the Empire is finally ready to renounce its unjust claim to rule over the free people of Skyrim.
I knew he wouldn't be able to resist.
A temporary truce to allow the Dragonborn here to deal with the dragons, nothing more. I consider even talking to the Empire a generous gesture.
Are you done? Did you just come here to make speeches, or can we get down to business?
Yes, let's get this over with.
Are we ready to proceed? Jarl Ulfric, General Tullius, this council is unprecedented. We are gathered here at the Dragonborn's request.
Don't blame me!
That you all respect the spirit of High Hrothgar, and do your best to begin the process of achieving a lasting peace in Skyrim. Who would like to open the negotiations?
Yes, let's get down to it. We want control of Markarth. That's our price for agreeing to a truce.
So that's why you're here, Ulfric? You dare to insult the Greybeards by using this council to advance your own position?
Jarl Elisif.
General, this is outrageous. You can't be taking this demand seriously. I thought we were here to discuss a truce.
Elisif, I said I'd handle it. Ulfric, you can't seriously expect us to give up Markarth at the negotiating table. You hope to gain in council what you've been unable to take in battle, is that it?
I'm sure Jarl Ulfric does not expect something for nothing.
Yes, that'd be entirely out of character.
Want in return?
Wait, General, you don't intend to just hand over Markarth to that traitor?
This is how the Empire repays us for our loyalty?
Enough. First, let's be clear. This council wasn't my idea. I think it's a waste of time. You are a traitor to the Empire, and deserve a traitor's death.
Slamming my head into the table.
We'll negotiate in good faith. Since we're all here at your request, I'd like to hear what you think Markarth is worth.
Alright, so, sort of the key here is that since we made a concession to the Empire to let Elwyn stay at the table, we now need to make a concession to the Stormcloaks. So we will offer Dawnstar in return for Markarth, which is sort of a bad deal, but it can be justified. There are some mines in Dawnstar.
In exchange for Markarth, the source of most of Skyrim's silver. Hardly. Riften seems like a better choice to me. Well fortified, easily resupplied from across Lake Honric, plus all the mead we can drink. Not enough to outweigh the loss of Markarth. With the Reach in enemy hands, our whole position in Solitude would be threatened. Fair enough. I was hoping you could put aside your loyalties for the greater good, but I see you're firmly in Ulfric's camp.
I'm not!
Still, having another port would ease our supply situation considerably. Better than nothing, I suppose. But Ulfric will need to offer a lot more if he wants me to give up Markarth without a fight.
The Dragonborn has spoken, Tullius. Markarth will be ours. Now we'll see if there's anything behind your talk of good faith.
I don't blame you, Dragonborn. You made the best of a bad situation. But I can see now that this is not a negotiation at all. I know you, Ulfric. If I hand over Markarth, you'll be ready with a new demand. You'll never defeat the Empire, and you know it. But you're willing to sacrifice thousands for your own selfish ambition. Soon enough, I'll have you back under the headsman's axe, and this time there won't be any dragon to save you.
As always, the Empire's fine words are worth nothing.
Stop! Are you so blind to our danger that you can't see past your petty disagreements? Here you sit arguing about nothing, while the fate of the land hangs in the balance.
Is he with you, Delphine? If so, I advise you to tell him to watch his tongue.
He is with me. And I advise you both to listen to what he has to say before you do anything rash.
Don't you understand the danger? Don't you understand what the return of the dragons means? Alduin has returned, the World Eater. Even now he devours the souls of your fallen comrades. He grows more powerful with every soldier...
He's really not that big of a deal, dude. It's fine.
Do not put aside your hatred for even one moment in the face of this mortal danger.
A very pretty speech. But what does it have to do with the...
I don't know about the end of the world, but this dragon situation has gotten out of hand. If this truce will help the Dragonborn here put an end to that menace, we both gain. Remember that, Ulfric. Now, back to the matter at hand. You know as well as I do that we can't hand over Markarth on these terms.
Show us bones. Where will these demands end?
Let's hear it.
We want compensation for the massacre at Karthwasten.
You slaughtered the very people you claim to be fighting for. True sons of Skyrim would never do such things.
Damned Imperial lies. My men would never stoop to such methods, even in retaliation for your butchery at...
All the blood spilled in this war is on your head.
You've been even-handed so far. What do you say to our demand?
I don't even know what happened at Karthwasten. Just compensate him.
Well said. For once you'll actually pay for your crimes. I suppose that's the fairest deal we're likely to get.
It seems we may have an agreement. Jarl Ulfric, General Tullius, these are the terms currently on the table. Markarth will be handed over to Ulfric's forces, Jarl Igmund will step down, and Thongvor Silverblood will become the Jarl of Markarth. Ulfric will allow Imperial forces into the Pale, Skald the Elder will go into exile, and Brynna Merilis will assume the Jarlship. The Stormcloaks will pay appropriate compensation for the massacre at Karthwasten. You both agree to this?
I shouldn't agree to terms that so blatantly favor the Empire.
They do. You get the silver mines. Come on. Come on.
When it's defeated, then it will be the Empire's turn. Remember, Evgir Unsla. You should be pleased, Elisif. You've done well for yourself as the Empire's pet Jarl. But beware, the Empire's loyalty is fickle. They will tire of this war, and then I will be the one dictating terms to you.
I have nothing to say to that murderer. General, you've proven yourself a good friend to Skyrim. I continue to trust that you will do your utmost to safeguard our interests.
Thank you, Jarl Elisif. I appreciate your loyalty. The Empire can live with these terms, yes, for a temporary truce, until the dragon menace is dealt with. After that, Ulfric, there will be a reckoning. count on it.
Come on, Diplomat. We have a lot of work to do.
Giving up Markarth is a heavy price for this truce, Dragonborn. I hope it was worth it.
Jarl Balgruf, I assume you are familiar with the Dragonborn's plan?
Yes, I'm ready to do my part. Just say the word, and my men will help you spring this trap.
But the difficulty remains how to lure a dragon to Dragon's Reach at all.
Well, I have this shout.
Well, that's an excellent question. You haven't overlooked that little detail.
Shut up, Tullius.
Ah, I believe I can be of help here. I anticipated the problem. While you were arranging this meeting, I was busy in the library of Skyhaven Temp, an unguessed trove of lost lore. But the important thing is that the blades recorded many of the names of dragons they slew. Cross-referencing this with Delphine's map of dragon burial sites, I believe I've identified one of the dragons that Alduin has raised up. Don't you see? The names of dragons are always 3 words of power, shouts. By calling the dragon with the voice, he will hear you wherever he might be. He's not compelled to, but dragons are prideful by nature and loath to refuse a challenge. Your voice in particular is likely to intrigue this dragon after your victory over Alduin. I think it's very likely that he will be unable to resist investigating your call. Ah, indeed. I'm no master of the voice, like these worthy gentlemen, but it is written here in this scroll. Oda Vin, winged snow hunter, as I read it.
I'd give a week's pay to see the look on Ulfric's face again when he had to swallow the terms of the truce.
But it was an even deal.
There's one more thing we know about Parthenax, the dragon that the Greybeards have been protecting for all these years. He needs to die. He deserves to die.
Nope, not doing it. Fuck off. Go away.
Until he's dead. Well, I'm sorry, but we would dishonor our oaths as blades if we continued to help you.
Piss off. Goodbye. Delphine sucks. I'll deal with the Parthenax dilemma another time. We have dragons to kill. Not him, though. I mean, in that respect, it's sort of true to life. Alright, I'll just wait a few hours, so it's daylight and everybody's in the proper place and has a chance to return from High Hrothgar.
May we truly reach enlightenment. Serve our praise you do, for we are one.
The Greybeards have arranged a truce between the Stormcloaks and Imperials. How long can such a thing last?
Pretty much indefinitely, actually. Fortunately, we don't need to put any dragon souls into the Odahing shout. We just get it for free.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward. We're ready, Dragonborn. Just say the word. As I promised, my men stand ready. The great chains are oiled. We wait on your word. My men know what to do. Make sure you do your part. I'm putting my city in your hands.
Oh, it's just one dragon. It's fine.
All hail the Dragonborn.
Thank you.
Says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fist.
Finally, some recognition.
Go ahead and call this dragon of yours. We're ready.
Game just crashed. Great. Wonderful. Fantastic. 1 second.
You do have a plan for luring a dragon here, yeah?
You were there, dude. Fucking, god damn it. It's not my fault the game crashed. Everything is terrible.
We're ready when you are. Hear that?
Fucking bye.
Steady. Steady now. Cover until it's down. I think it's holding.
Orvuta med Kodav, caught like a bear in a trap. Zokfrini Grin Kograd Runviki, Dovahkiin. Ah, I forget. You do not have the Dova speech.
I mean, I could pull up a translation guide.
My eagerness to meet you in battle was my undoing, Dovahkiin. I salute your, low cunning in devising such a Gramindol stratagem. Zuubonar, you went to a great deal of trouble.
Oh, you don't know the half of it, dude.
Humiliating position. In Sir Alduin, no doubt you want to know where to find Alduin. Renik Vaza, an apt phrase. Alduin Boval.
One reason I came to your call was to test your Thuum for myself. Many of us have begun to question Alduin's lordship, whether his Thuum was truly the strongest. Among ourselves, of course, Muni Mae, none were yet ready to openly defy him. Once Lord Croesus, innumerable pardons, I digress. He has traveled to Sovngarde to regain his strength, devouring the Silesure, the souls of the mortal dead, a privilege he jealously guards. His door to Sovngarde is at Skuldafn, one of his ancient fanes high in the eastern mountains. Mindoran pa ok midoven avarantil. I surely do not need to warn you that all his remaining strength is marshaled there. Zuulost ofan hinlan. Now that I have answered your question, you will allow me to go free? Ah, well, Croesus. There is one detail about Skuldafn I neglected to mention. Only this. You have the Thuum of Adova, but without the wings of one, you will never set foot in Skuldafn.
Oh, that's fine. I have a shout. It's fine.
Of course, I could fly you there, but not while imprisoned like this.
Alright. Fine. Fine.
Onikan Korav Gain Mirad. It is wise to
It's technically not canon that I have Bendwill.
one choice. And you can trust me. Zuni Tarudis. Alduin has proven himself unworthy to rule. I go my own way now.
Dragons going their own way.
Free me, and I will carry you to Skuldafn.
I admit I doubt it, but no more. You've made a dragon submit to your will. A feat to rival the legendary Olaf Wana. What glory!
I'll be glad when this beast is gone from here. Do whatever it is you need to do.
I can't believe that worked. You sure about that? You want to let that dragon loose after all the trouble to catch him in there? Your funeral. Someone else is gonna have to help you get him back in there again. Get ready to open the trap. This seems like a really bad idea to me.
Carry on, soldier. This is all part of the Dragonborn's plan.
I mean, it is probably a really bad idea. Just in general.
Was nu, dili dein Ruthi Asma. Saran Uth, I await your command as promised. Are you ready to see the world as only Adova can? Zukbrit Oth. I warn you, once you've flown the skies of Kaizal, your envy of the Dove will only increase. Amativ, Mu Bokotin Stinselok.
Thank God for subtitles, otherwise I would not have been able to hear that at all.
This is as far as I can take you. Grifvoth Akrin. I will look for your return. Or Alduin's.
Alright, so here we are at Skuldothan. It's more or less the game's final dungeon, if you can really call if you can really call it that. Oh, that's a different dragon. Yeah, just one-shotting Death Lords. Oh, did you really have to land all the way up there? These dragons have no sense of propriety. Oh, now you land. God damn it. I will show you. Hello to you too. Anyway, Skuldothan's pretty big. Like, big enough that there's dragons flying around. Lots of Draugr. It's kinda neat, I guess. It's not really what you would expect from a game like this as, like, the final challenge, but... Item has insufficient charge. Now, if you go here at a high level, and you are not super fucked out like I am, with like ridiculously overpowered Dragonbone Club and everything, this can be a real pain in the ass because there's so many Death Lords with so much health. Oh, no items to charge enchantment. Guess I'll have to trap some souls. I believe the first time I did this, I did it as a caster character. And it took forever because you can't really reach this point of power with a caster character, sad to say. Even the high-level magic stuff is fairly limited compared to just completely fucking over, why do I keep saying fucking? Completely overpowering... Why are words failing me? Doing the whole thing that I did with the potions and shit. You can't upgrade magic spells like that. Yeah, that can definitely happen. With so many Death Lords, there will be a lot of shouts going off. Well, that's convenient. Shine once more, cheese clothes. The cheese you can wear. I mean, just look at all of these assholes. Even with my incredibly powerful armor, their bows and stuff are actually strong enough. They can pierce through pretty well. The damage formula for bows on enemies, I think, is a little bit different than normal weapons. Would you please go away? Now, we are probably going to actually just straight up finish the game way before stream time is up, and I'm not actually prepared for that eventuality, so I might have to do some improvisation later. Hey, dude. How's it going? Well, if you don't want none, then I don't want none. I'm glad that we could come to an agreement in the spirit of peace. I'm just gathering some ammo, as it were. There are a bunch of like little mini towers and dungeons scattered around the outskirts of the main Skuldafn courtyard. It's an interestingly laid out place. It's just there's not much interesting in it because it's just infinite Draugr town. Like, there's loot and stuff, but at this point in the game, do you even really need loot? Then again, it's entirely possible to come here very early. And it might even be recommended to do so, so it's not just a Deathlord party. Now, it is worth noting that you can only visit Skuldafn once, I'm pretty sure, making it fairly unique in this game, because most other places you can just go back to at your leisure, because it's an open world game. But since this place is high up in the mountains and you need to get a dragon to hitch a ride on, well, maybe with Ben Will you could actually come back here again. I wonder if that's a thing they put in. Never tried it, because there's really only one or two things. there's really only one or two things here that are worth getting in the first place. There's a word wall at the end, but aside from that, it's mostly just a Draugr dungeon, just more. Alright, looks like I'm out of soul gems. A fully charged fire breath actually does a pretty significant amount of damage to enemies that are weak against it. Like, it's always going to lose out against a fully upgraded weapon, but shouts are fun. You should use shouts when you can. There is a dragon priest here. We will run into him eventually, but you can't really miss him, so... Like, I think you actually need to kill him to progress. Alright, so there's one final, ridiculous, stupid match the symbols puzzle. And the real trouble with it is figuring out what exactly they want you to do with it. Like, do they want you to match whale with whale here? Or do they want you to match the symbols up there? Or some combination of the two? It's been a while since I've done this, so I don't actually remember. This might take a little bit of trial and error. Alright, well that opens something. $16 gold. Time well spent. Alright, let's try it with the snake now. That opens the other way. Okay, not as complicated as I thought. And I wasn't really expecting it to be complicated. Fire is rather effective against spiders, just in general. This thing out of charge again? That's kind of, hello. The price you pay for putting powerful weapon enchantments on. You chew through them pretty quickly. Teach you to laugh at me. Alright, more matchy time. Alright, let's see. The first thing you need to do, of course, is to find where the static ones are so you can match them. Sometimes that's the hardest part, just finding which part of the level geometry the solution is pasted on. Not so much in this case. It's just kind of right there. Now, there were some down below. Well, just one down below. Alright, that should do it. If I angled myself properly, I probably could have just whirlwind sprinted over. Let me test that real quick. I'm curious. Okay, yeah, I mean, I think if you just whirlwind sprinted over, you could have skipped that entirely. Video games. Alright, that's interesting. I didn't actually know that an enchantment could proc when you're just bashing somebody with the hilt. I'm saving on enchantments. Don't worry about it. I jumped over that trap. Let the record show that I jumped over that trap. Oh, soul gem. Alright, fine. I'll use a weapon for you. You have too much health. You fool. You complete idiot. That did nothing. And of course we gotta do one more of these, because... Let's see what we got here. Okay, we got wolf, moth, dragon. Or is that fox? Some sort of dog thing. Alright, I think that's actually the first word that we have encountered for the storm call shout. Storm call is, interesting. Storm call basically lets you shout at the weather and call down a damaging thunderstorm. And at high levels, it's very powerful and lasts a long time. However, it has some limitations. One, you can't use it indoors because there is no weather system in here. Two, it does not discriminate between ally and enemy, so if you use it in a spot where there are people you don't want to die and or hate you, you might be in for a bad time. And it also has, I think, not counting dragon aspects since that counts as a greater power, it has an incredibly long cooldown. During which you can't use any shouts at all, actually, so, it's more of a spectacle thing, I would say. Evidently, there's a little Easter egg shout out to Potato GLaDOS behind there. I don't really... I can sort of see it, I guess? I don't know. I didn't like Portal 2 that much. Not something I'm interested in. Mine's better. Don't really know why I'm searching for loot at this point. It's utterly superfluous. I think it's probably just some sort of perverse instinct. Acquire wealth. Hoard! Hoard! Be careful not to fall here. You have to trek back up if you do. Though, knowing this game, I could probably just summon Arvac and sort of go up around the slopes of the hill and just skip it. I believe that after a certain point, getting shouted off a cliff is an instant kill for most enemies. What happened to you? Be sure to pick up his mask if you're into that sort of thing. I'm just looking around to make sure there's nothing else I can pick up. There shouldn't be. It's basically just the mask and the word wall that you need here. Other than that, it's just kind of a dungeon. No, it's probably a bad staff anyway. Alright, so here we are in Sovngarde, the afterlife of the Nordic peoples. It looks an awful lot like Skyrim, just with more statues and a slightly more Aurora-y sky. Also, Alduin is flying around being a nuisance.
Look!
Hey, buddy.
Look!
There's no escape. Courage is useless.
Now that doesn't sound very heroic of you. Oh, hey there, Codlack.
From cold death, my doom was lifted. There was Shore's Hall, my heart's desire. But now I wander, weary and lost. Alduin hunts me, as we once hunted our prey. A bitter for many bloody deeds.
Look!
Depending on your many actions throughout the game, you can find various souls of the dead wandering around out here, trying not to get eaten.
Look!
You can, as I've been demonstrating, lift the misty fog with clear skies. It's not really necessary, but you can do it.
Do you know the way? I'm weary and lost.
It's like right over here, dude. Right over here. Come on.
Look!
These Nords, I swear to God. Hey.
What brings you, Wayfarer Grim? A wander here in Sovngarde, Soul's End. Shore's gift to honor dead. A fateful errand. No few have chafed to face the worm, since first he set his soul snare here at Sovngarde's threshold. But Shore restrained our wrathful onslaught. Perhaps deep counseled your doom he foresaw. No shade are you, as usually here passes, but living, you dare the land of the dead. By what right do you request entry?
You actually get a couple different options here depending on what you've done in the game. Your default option is, I'm the fucking Dragonborn, get out of my way. But you can also, pick an option depending on which guild you became the master of. Since we became the Harbinger, I can say, by right of glory, I lead the companions of Jorvaskr.
I welcome the chance to challenge the blade of Ysgramor's heir, honored shield sister to Kodlak Whitemane, whom I've watched for.
He's like 5 feet away. Just go take a walk.
Living or dead, by decree of shore, none may pass this perilous bridge till I judge them worthy by the warrior's test.
Okay, fine.
You fought well. I find you worthy. It is long since one of the living has entered here. May shore's favor follow you, and your heir.
Yeah, you can get one for each of the major guilds. You can say you're the Archmage by right of cleverness. You can say by right of plunder because you're leader of the Thieves Guild, and by right of fucking killing everybody because you're a Dark Brotherhood listener. He's not very receptive to the more roguish options, but you have to fight him anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Welcome, Dragonborn. Our door has stood empty since Alduin first set his soul snare here. By Shore's command, we sheathed our blades, and ventured not the Vale's dark mist. But 3 await your word to loose their fury upon the perilous foe. Gormlaith, the fearless, glad-hearted in battle. Hekon, the valiant, heavy-handed warrior. Feldir, the old, far-seeing and grim.
Hey, I got your shield. Do you want it back? Oh, hey, the double Wuthred. I should have brought Wuthred. Wuthrod Paradox. Anyway, yeah, this is the Nordic afterlife. It's basically there's like cows over there that are being roasted, and that's very good, I guess. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, oh, hello there, Jurgen Windcaller.
My disciples still follow the difficult path. The way of the voice is neither wide nor easy. But if you stray from wisdom, then to Sovngarde you will not return.
At long last, Alduin's doom is now ours to seal. Just speak the word, and with high hearts, we'll hasten forth to smite the worm wherever he lurks.
Hold, comrades. Let us counsel take before battle is blindly joined. Alduin's mist is more than a snare. Its shadowy gloom is his shield and cloak. But with 4 voices joined, our valor combined, we can blast the mist and bring him to battle.
Feldir speaks wisdom. The World Eater, coward, fears you. Fate drives you, but you follow your own path. Choose wisely, lest our blades in desperate battle with our black-winged foe.
To battle, my friends! The field will echo with the clamor of war, our wills undaunted.
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Please let me through. An interesting thing to note about Sun is that while he is not very receptive to being Dark Brotherhood or Thieves Guild, He's actually totally cool with you being a mage. He's like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. There's tons of battle mages in here. Don't worry about it.
We cannot fight the foe in this mist.
Clear skies! Combine our shouts! Look!
No, not my humidifier. Go away.
Again! Look!
Does his strength have no end? Is our struggle in vain?
Oh, shut up. You're fine.
Fast! His strength is failing. Once more and his might will be broken.
One more time, and the World Eater must face us.
Look! The endless wait gives way to battle. Alden,
Together and we shall
no escape this time, foul worm.
Everybody's shouting. I can't tell what's going on, but I used Dragon Rend. Hey there. Bye. We don't get his soul, though. Cheapskates.
The doom of Alduin encompassed at last, and cleansed his Sovngarde of his evil snare. They will sing of this battle in Shore's Hall forever, but your fate lies elsewhere. When you have completed your count of days, I may welcome you again with glad friendship and bid you join the blessed feasting.
Oh, hail the Dragonborn! Hail her with great praise!
Thanks.
When you are ready to rejoin the living, just bid me so, and I will send you back.
There's nothing really to do here, so let's go back.
Return now to Nirn, with this rich boon from Shore, my lord. A shout to bring a hero from Sovngarde in your hour of need.
Surut fur Kanoran. Vakin lo spoke the Vakri.
Look!
Nope. There we go. I just kind of want to be able to see the dragons better. They're all talking about dragon shit.
So, it is done. Alduin, Dilon. The eldest is no more. He who came before all others, and has always been. Happy? No, I am not happy. Zeh mahi lost, ondul bormahu. Alduin was once the crown of our father Akatosh's creation. You did what was necessary. Alduin had flown far from the path of right action in his pachlok, in the arrogance of his power. But I cannot celebrate his fall. Zutiraz ach ochma. He was my brother once. This world will never be the same. Indeed, you saw more clearly than I. Certainly more clearly than Alduin. Roch funta korav. Perhaps now you have some insight into the forces that shape the Benesitid, the currents of time. Perhaps you begin to see the world as a Dova. But I forget myself. Crosis, solos midfadon. Melancholy is an easy trap for a Dova to fall into.
Along with the one in Dragon's Reach.
A mighty victory, Shahroch Kongrach. One that will echo through all the ages of this world for those who have eyes to see. Savor your triumph, Dovahkiin. This is not the last of what you will write upon the currents of time. Goran, I feel younger than I have. Many are now scattered across Kizal. Without Alduin's lordship, they may yet bow to the Vafzen, brightness of my Thum. But willing or no, they will hear it. Fare thee well, Dovahkiin.
Yep, that's the main quest. There's dragons. Dragons! There's so many dragons! And a sword. I don't know why there's a sword here. Ah!
I wish the Old One luck in his quest. But I doubt many will wish to exchange Alduin's lordship for the tyranny of Parthenax's way of the voice. As for myself, you've proven your mastery twice over. Thuri Dovahkiin, I gladly acknowledge the power of your Thum. Zu Odaving, call me when you have need, and I will come if I can.
Alright, I guess now that's the end. Sorry. So, yeah, basically we can now use the Call Odaving shout to, summon him as an ally in battle, sort of like we can do with, Durnavir. He is much less moldy, though. So, I think it's worth noting to say that Parthenax does not have any intention of becoming the new king of dragons. He instead, as Odahviing said, wishes to spread the way of the voice. Which isn't very big on, you know, kingship and dominance, and more on just, hey, calm down. Just calm down! Stop shouting at everything. Think before you act. Think before you shout. Oh yeah, it's just an incredible anticlimax. It's a... Oh dear. This game doesn't have a climax. It's like you kill Alduin and he dies in 2 shots and it's whatever. And a bunch of people you saw in the past ones all congratulate you. And it's like, who fucking cares about you? I don't need clear skies, I'm a Nord. This tickles. You don't even get Alduin's super fancy dragon soul. Akatosh steals it because he needs it. He needs it for later. Yeah, I would say that the fight with Mirok and all that stuff in Apocrypha is a better climax. It's just that you can do it anytime you want, and that's kind of the risk you run with this video game. Am I slightly lost? I might be slightly lost and or going in circles. Oh no, here's a bridge. We're fine. Yeah, if you've killed if you've killed Alduin when you fight Mirok, he's like, oh, you did that, huh? Well, thanks. That could have been a pain in the ass. My frost resistance is through the roof! You cannot hope to kill me. Elements. And I guess there's also Lord Harkin, but we don't talk about Lord Harkin. Rest in peace, Lord Harkin. He is a good donor. Very rich man, lives in a castle. Where's Arngir at? And there's still a couple things we can talk to him about that are reasonably interesting.
I can see it in your eyes. You've seen the land of the gods and returned. Does this mean it is done? Is Alduin truly defeated? Perhaps, perhaps not. Dragons are not like normal mortal creatures, and Alduin is unique, even among dragonkind. He may be permitted to return at the end of time to fulfill his destiny as the World Eater. But that is for the gods to decide. You have done your part. You've shown yourself mighty, both in voice and deed. In order to defeat Alduin, you have gained mastery of dreadful weapons. Now Now it is up to you to decide what to do with your power and skill. Will you be a hero whose name is remembered in song throughout the ages? Or will your name be a curse to future generations? Or will you merely fade from history, unremembered? Let the way of the voice be your guide, and the path of wisdom will be clear to you. Breath and focus, Dragonborn. Your future lies before you. We are all in your debt, Dragonborn. Perhaps he may be, but that is for the gods to decide.
Alright, yeah, he just reiterates.
You have done your
Alright, let's let him know that the Blades want me to kill Parthenax, and just reassure him that I'm not going to do that.
Now you see why I've warned you against them bloodthirsty barbarians. Yes, but understand, during the days of Alduin's rule, all dragons were his allies. There was nothing else they could be. If not for Parthenax, Alduin could not have been overthrown. It was he that first taught men to use the Thum. Kinnereth has placed the voice of wisdom within you, Dragonborn. All you need do is learn to listen to it, and your path will be clear. Breath and focus.
Okay, so, that's out of the way. We will not be killing Parthenax because he actually, once the game is over... Alright, so let's talk a little bit about this whole stupid thing. Parthenax actually offers some services once you defeat Alduin. You can go up and talk to him at the throat of the world, say hi, meditate on a word of power to make it stronger. You can, I think there's 3 different meditations. You've got one for Unrelenting Force, which makes your staggers more powerful and easier to do. Like, just using, like, one word of Unrelenting Force actually staggers more when you meditate on it. You can meditate on Fire Breath, which just makes it, like, 25% more powerful. Makes it a pretty damn strong AoE nuke, especially if you don't invest into magic. And there's one other, I think it's Ice Form, maybe? I don't remember. I haven't messed with that one. Oh, it's Frost Breath. Okay. So, if we go back to the Blades now to let them know that we did the thing, we were the big heroine, we killed the big dragon, they'll just be like, you still need to kill Parthenax, though. Meh. And no, fuck you. Absolutely not. So, in the base game, there is no way to reconcile this. You just have to deal with the fact that, you know, Blades don't like you anymore because they're fucking weirdos. I do have a mod installed called the Parthenax Dilemma that'll let you talk to Esbern and use the power of reason and logic and not being a fucking idiot to tell him that, hey, I'm the Dragonborn. You're supposed to follow me. What I say goes, so fuck off. And he'll be like, oh, okay, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. So when it comes to the choice between the Blades and the Greybeards and Paarthurnax, it's not even a question. Oh, it's a troll. Hello. The Greybeards are sometimes a little bit reticent to help you because they have a fairly specific non-interventionist pacifist philosophy passed down through ages of the world, really. But it's like, you know, you can talk to them and you know, you can go talk to Paarthurnax and they decide, okay, we can make an exception, this is important. You have the special destiny, it's fine. We'll help you defeat the Alduins. Even if it is kind of against our better judgment, we'll do it. And everything's fine. You can talk to them later about the implications of your actions, just hang out, learn some more words of power, and it's great. Greybeards are good friends, in my opinion. So is Paarthurnax. And it's like, you can actually talk to Arngir when you first meet them. And when you're learning about all of this stuff, you can be like, okay, I'll try to follow the way of the Voice Master Arngir, and he's like, that's commendable. That's definitely commendable, but you don't have to. Dragonborns are special, chosen by the gods people. They can kind of do what they want. As opposed to the Blades, who, despite the fact that they are, like, bound by ancient oath to serve you unquestioningly, really just are like, hey, do what I say, please. Do it, really. Do it. And if you don't do it, they get really pissy. I think they might sort of be a little bit mad about the whole Thalmor thing, but I didn't have anything to do with that. I am not a Thalmor. So, the Blades do offer a couple of services. You can get a couple of unique buffs from Esbern for fighting dragons. And you can sort of go on this side quest to sort of like recruit people into the Blades and start rebuilding them if you want, but it's not very interesting or important because, like, as they are now, the Blades fucking suck. Why would I want to rebuild them? Like, y'all got killed by a bunch of shitty elves. Go away. Alduin may be dead, but there's still bears and trolls to kill. Yeah, the Blades as a faction don't really make sense in this game, to be perfectly honest. Like, they're a big part of Oblivion and Morrowind. Because you join that faction early on in both of those. Because, actually... And they're fairly major parts of the story, but in Skyrim, the Blades as an organization they're dead. There's like 3 of them left total. And they're all assholes. Well, I guess Esbern's okay. He's mostly helpful. He's just very, I think he's got a thing for Delphine, because he kind of does whatever she says, even if it's fucking dumb. Sorry, I'm kind of wandering around talking about post-game stuff. Let's go explore Gehrman's Hall. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. We shouldn't... Should we? Fuck it. In we go. This is part of the Forbidden Legend quest, which is something you can do basically whenever the fuck you want. Sploosh. Oh yeah, I put water breathing on this helmet just for occasions like this. It's like a scuba mask made of bones. If I recall correctly, this puzzle is a little bit annoying because the way it's set up doesn't make a lot of geometrical sense. Basically, you've got these 4 opposing animal sigils here, and you're supposed to, you're supposed to match them up as usual, but the way that they're set up around here is not in like a way that makes sense as they are presented on the plaques on the wall. So some guesswork is required, or I don't understand what they want me to do and I'm just dumb. Ah! Mammoth attack. See, because like here they're arranged straight. There's just straight line between each of them. But the actual pillars you need to organize are all weird. Whatever logic they want you to use for this puzzle has always been a little bit too esoteric for me. It should be really easy, but it's not. So snake on the right, snake on the left, whale on the right. Hope this works? Oh, it worked. Okay, I got it right. I remembered the solution. I had enough trouble with this puzzle in previous playthroughs that I guess I remembered how to do it properly. Ah, okay, so you can't enchant your fist with elemental fury. That would be fun. You might ask why I'm doing this, and I say, I don't know. I'm done with the game. What else would I do? Sorry, I've sort of lost my train of thought in all this foolishness. Look, Spider-Man is a wholesome friend, even if we have to punch him and his mini clones. Deathlords just have too much health to punch. I'm sort of trying to kill time here, but not that much. Oh, come on. Yeah, I learned that a little bit too late. Now I'm just stuck in my habits. Alright, what's the deal here? Did I miss a switch? Probably missed a switch somewhere. Maybe I need more amulet fragments before I can complete this dungeon properly. Or maybe I've just lost track of what I'm doing entirely.
Now test.
Ow! Oh, a Daedric weapon, huh? Oh, with a paralysis enchantment. That's actually pretty good. I don't think I know that one. Paralysis is fun. You can do some real bullshit with it. And really, that's the main goal of Skyrim. When I run into these situations and I'm just sort of brain farting, I should just use the clairvoyant spell. I'm trying... Excuse me. I'm trying to get some more of those funny unarmed sync kills, because that's pretty much what I have to go on for now. Doesn't even hurt, coach. Bye. Usually that turns into a big fight where the guy, like, turns himself into shadow clones and teleports these little platforms and you have to shoot the right one, but other times you can just roll up with your Dragonbone Warhammer and kill him in one shot. The final Galder Amulet thing is in Sarthal, and you need to join the college for that, and it's annoying. I feel like I probably should have come more prepared. Once again, I appear to have underestimated how quick it would be to just finish the game. I seem to have made a habit of this. I do have a couple of ideas of what could... I'm off screen to do them, so for now I'm just kind of flailing around stalling for time. Hello?
Yeah?
Man, killing the Emperor sucks. Because it's just what the Emperor fucking wants. When you assassinate somebody. They shouldn't just be like, oh, well, how nice of you to come here. Please, shove a knife down my throat. I think there's like a whole... I came here from the wrong direction. I think if you come up here along the main road, you run into an NPC who's like, oh, I need help, please. And they lead you here and it's a trap and there's bandits. And they all die, of course, because fuck off. I can shout the world down. Alright, so I think now, excuse me, I think now is a good time maybe for some bears. Now is a good time for some bears. I think now might be a good time to talk a little bit about the lore. Because as you might have noticed, as we have played through this game, there hasn't been a lot of lore, like at all. The world of Nirn and Tamriel and Mundus and all of that stuff is an interesting one. It's just, the writers are bad at actually conveying that in any way other than overly long-winded books that you can pick up and read if you want to. So, now let's just talk a little bit about Alduin. Because he's sort of the big black dragon sheep in the room. Elephant? Dragon elephant? And that, the question that he poses is, why is he such a fucking chump? Like, in the entirety of this game, Alduin does nothing but get clowned on. Like, he accidentally releases the one person who can kill him from certain death, then races a couple dragons, and then gets owned. And then he runs off to Sovngarde and gets owned again. Watch your footing. Okay? I'm confused as all hell about this. Yeah, you better run, dickhead! So yes, there is of course the evergreen answer of gameplay balance, which is to say they have no idea if only my fists were slightly longer. They had no idea of when the player would actually get to fight Alduin. So they had to make it so that anybody at any level could defeat him easily enough, as long as they had the right plot shouts. that was probably cool, but the wall got in the way. Somebody here likes to eat fish. And drink a lot of wine. And install pointless traps. This entire cave is sort of inexplicable. What is even going on here? Is this some sort of illicit moonshine operation? However, there are a couple of interesting tidbits in the lore that might actually sort of shed some light on why Alduin was so weak. Because there is actually a question by what's-his-face, not Kirkhope, that's the composer, but some writer who used to work for Bethesda on the Elder Scrolls and still writes some stuff now and then for them. Kirk is in his name somewhere, I think. Anyway, he's written a bunch of questionably canonical but very interesting lore tidbits. Oh god. What have I run into? Spriggans! Kirkbride, that's his name, Michael Kirkbride. Bride of Kirk. Not Grant Kirkhope, Hope of Kirk. He does the good musics. Anyway, Kirkbride has written some very interesting supplementary materials that you can find on, I think like the Royal Imperial Library or whatever it's called. It's a little site. That's the Golden Glow Estate. It's like that. I will continue to leave Mercer and Brynjolf hanging for eternity. And some of them have to do with Alduin. And I think they were actually written pre-Skyrim. Of it is that there was a story in like the 7 fights of some idiot or other. I probably should have looked this up beforehand, but life kind of got in the way. You may have noticed that I didn't stream yesterday, and that was because I was out at the computer store buying computer parts. I meant to do that this weekend, but other things happened, so I had to do it yesterday. Which I guess was technically still the weekend, kind of, because of Martin Luther King Day. On the bright side, that does mean that I will have some, at least one of my electronics problems will be solved in about a week's time as they build it. And that might put forth some exciting new streaming opportunities, because I will have a much more modern machine with ray tracing capabilities, whatever the fuck that means. As far as I know, there is no real explanation as to why you need to be a Nightingale of Nocturnal just to be leader of the Thieves Guild. why that quest sort of peters off for me. I don't like it that much. I'm pretty sure I could beat him up just by virtue of, you know, I'm a legendary warrior, all that shit. Anyway, getting a little off topic. Anyway, yeah, basically the entirety of 2018, I basically forewent any and all birthday and or Christmas gifts to help finance a new computer at the end of the year, and it sort of got a little bit delayed, but it's finally done, though one of the conditions was that if parents were going to help pay for it, I had to get somebody professional to put it together so it didn't break anything, which is a little bit insulting, but also fair. I'm kind of clumsy. But yeah, I got an RTX 260, I think it was. Not like super top of the line stuff, but like good, fairly future-proofed, provided I don't want to like fucking run games at 4K or whatever, which I really have no interest in. Most of the games I really enjoy aren't that graphically impressive anyway, if we're being totally honest. To be perfectly honest, I don't know if ray tracing will ever become a relevant thing to me, but if it does, the new machine will be able to do it, I guess. Anyway, so that's nice and exciting, and finally out of the way so I can stop worrying about it. I'll probably pick that up sometime in the weekend. Get that set up then. Hope I got all the parts on my shopping list right. I like to pretend I know things about computers, but I don't actually. So, I mostly just went off a guide from PC Gamer for like a fairly robust mid-range PC that wouldn't break the bank. So anyway, what were we talking about? Oh right, Alduin, dragons, world eater. Scary dude. Hello, Vampire's Thrall. I'm glad that we can coexist together.
Yes?
This is actually part of the Vampire Dawnguard quest. If you don't join the Dawnguard itself, you go in and you kill some vampires who are like doing illicit blood things without paying proper tribute to the Harkon family, I guess. So, before I get sidetracked for the 5th time, there was one such extracurricular reading that I have heard about where actually Alduin ended up cursing a Daedric lord to become Mehrunes Dagon, which is like the best possible own ever, so Alduin's actually pretty cool in my book. And he will, if you fight him while wearing fancy schmancy Daedric armor, say, "Even Daedra fear me," probably in reference to that. So, that sort of raises a question. If he can do that to Daedric princes, who are noted to be pretty strong, kind of a big deal, the whole Oblivion crisis. That was sort of a big thing back in the Third Era. End of the Septim Dynasty, all of that shit. I guess they're hunting something. Why exactly was I able to kill him with 2 hits from my Dragonbone Club? Like, you could become fucking stupid strong in Oblivion too. But when good old Mehrunes Dagon showed up at the end of the game, you couldn't actually kill him without actually, like, using some exploits with, like, reflect damage or something. Yeah, you otherwise had to wait for Martin to do his whole I am Akatosh, the fiery dragon of time, hear me roar thing. But evidently, the big scary dragon god that cursed Mehrunes Dagon to be the complete fuck-up that he is just a big chump. So how does that work? And the theory that I think makes a good deal of sense, the theory is that Alduin strayed from his proper path. For you see, Alduin's purpose as the World Eater sounds big and scary, and it is. However, it is not a morally evil office, basically. It is something that is necessary, because it is fairly heavily implied by dialogue from Paarthurnax and other things that this whole world of Mundus and Nirn and Ephirius and Oblivion and all that bullshit is just another iteration of a big cycle of creation and destruction, sort of phrased in a manner of kalpas, which Paarthurnax actually mentioned by name. Basically, one universe is created from the ashes of another, lives through its life cycle, then at the end, whatever incarnation of Alduin comes and eats it, and then it's reborn again, and so on and so on. While I'm talking about all of this nonsense, I'm just sort of looking for random caves I haven't been to yet. The old Warhammer needs another charge. Though, at this point, it's really not necessary, actually. I really don't need this to fight skeevers. However, in this particular iteration of creation, where we're Tamriel and Nirn and Mundus and all that shit, why can't I take these taproots? I want to alchemize. Alduin did not adhere to his proper role. Instead of just waiting till the end of time to properly devour the world, he decided instead that he didn't want to do that, which is fair. Hell yeah, suplex! Got the suplex, everything is great. Stream justified. I am Leon S. Kennedy. Oh, it would be stealing to take this death bell. So what the fuck is going on in here? My pitiful brain can only handle so many topics at once, and I got so excited by the suplex. So anyway, in this particular culpa, Alduin didn't want to do his job. He didn't want to eat the world and destroy everything at the end of time, because I guess that's kind of a downer. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that either. So instead, he decided he wanted to rule over everything this time, and stop the world from being eaten and destroyed. Which is what happened at the Merithic era and the Dragon Cult and all that shit. And because he strayed from this path, instead of being the unstoppable black dragon god of the end of the world, he was kind of just another dragon. Like, he was still a divine being, so the random-ass Nord punk asses from that era couldn't really kill him. They had to shout him out of time instead. Come back here! But he actually couldn't accomplish all that much without doing some serious rule bending. Like, his whole thing of, going to Sovngarde and eating the souls of the dead to get stronger was kind of just, a way to sort of... I'm not letting you out. A way to sort of supersede the limitations of his divinity. And I guess, like, given infinite time and infinite souls to eat, he could have maybe, accomplished his ultimate goal of ruling over everything without actually, you know, being the world eater. But since he strayed from the proper path, he was actually kind of a chump. And he got bodied by a bunch of Nords, and then later the Dragonborn. Like, without even any real strings attached. We had to learn Dragonrend. But that was mostly just to get him down on the damn ground so I could hit him. As opposed to, this, like, the huge rigmarole you had to go through in Morrowind just to be able to kill Dagoth-Ur. Ridiculous speedrunning shit notwithstanding. And this all kind of comes back to this interesting idea of mythopoetic forces. Which is the idea that in at least the world of Elder Scrolls, the gods are really only capable of doing what their believers think they are capable of doing. That's some attractive waterfall from a distance. I gotta get closer. This is offending my eyes. Come on. You can do better than this, Skyrim. Okay, there we go. Much better. Some damn good water. So this whole idea of mythopoetic forces sort of dictates what a god can and cannot do. So, for instance, let's take the eternal fuck-up Mehrunes Dagon. He is the Daedric Lord of ambition, violent change, destruction, all that shit. So, it could be argued, oh dear, Falmer, I recognize this glow anywhere. I might actually have to take this seriously, because as has been noticed, the one weakness to my armor set is that poison is not resisted at all. So it has been argued that Mehrunes Dagon was never really had much of a choice in all of his random incursions into Nirn, trying to take it over and all of that, because that is what his role was as thought of by his followers in the Mythic Dawn and all of his worshippers since the very dawn of time and all of that. A lot of this sort of goes back to, are these salmon? No, I think they're spray-tail. Silverside perch, whatever. You don't have eggs. Anyway, so a lot of this goes back to, like, the whole thing at the beginning of time, where the trickster god Lorkhan, hello, sort of tricked all of the dudes that would become the 9-8 divines into making the world. It's complicated and weird. Where'd the big bug go? Some more soul gems. I think I somehow missed both of them with that, and I'm just going to die of embarrassment now. Hello down there. Gotta find the proper way to get to him. I'll remember it eventually. I have done this dungeon before. Long ago in the mists of time. Anyway, the general theory goes, as it were, that Alduin, as long as he is fulfilling his role as the World Eater, is essentially unassailable, because that is his domain, and as long as he is working to fulfill that purpose, then he can do whatever he wants and basically cannot be defeated. He can curse Daedric princes and all that shit, because that's just what he's supposed to do. Because I believe that the story was that the prince that would become Mehrunes Dagon was trying to kill Alduin to prevent the ultimate destruction of the world so he could rule over it, or something like that. I don't know. A lot of this extra canonical stuff is complicated and weird and not very well explained, and learned secondhand from people with questionable grammar in the comment sections of the wiki. Why am I having so much trouble here? I think it's because I'm trying to explain lore shit and also explore. And as has been established, I'm bad at doing multiple things at once. So naturally I became a streamer. Ah, from behind. It's fine. I'm invulnerable. They're not poisoned. I don't care. Oh dear, I appear to have an arrow in me. Looks like this is part Falmer settlement, part ancient Nordic ruin. Weird. Wonder if they killed all the Draugr. I don't remember this place being so complicated, but then again, it has literally been like 6 years. So, let's just keep farting around for a little bit, I guess. So anyway, this whole thing about how the reason Alduin was defeated so quote-unquote easily, despite his enormous power, sort of throws the whole character of Alduin and the whole struggle into a different light. Oh. It just does that. Okay. Okay. Because rather than being just another petty tyrant, there is a much deeper reason for doing what he does. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. The Elder Scrolls 6, Bethesda is in such a weird, fucked up spot right now with Fallout 76 that I'm just going to count myself lucky if the Elder Scrolls 6 comes out at all and is playable. I was ducking! I was ducking! Fucking grumble. I don't think that they will go super far into the future again like they did with Skyrim. Nothing that significant happened to, like, all of well, I guess something significant happened to Tamriel. I mean, that's, the defeat of Alduin was pretty significant, but not, like, politically. Nothing was actually resolved canonically in terms of the Civil War. Like, you can end it for one side or another if you want, but given the fact that it's a player choice thing, they can't really go with that. So there's nothing really to go off of speculation-wise. They might go with another fucking stupid dragon break thing, which is how they have handled the way things have sort of been of questionable causality in the past. Like, Daggerfall, the second game, had like 1 billion different endings. Alright, not 1 billion, but like 6 or 7. I want to save this man! There must be a way. Aha! Maybe.
Need something?
I came to save you.
Keithus from Darkwater Crossing. Should have known better than to swim all the way to the falls. Please, get me out of here.
If you talk to the people in Darkwater Crossing, you can actually learn about Dirkethus being missing after going in this area, and you can come save him. Or you can just stumble upon him, if you want. Drakeethus? Where'd you go? Please keep up. I know it's easy to get distracted in this game. I'm not unsympathetic. No, no, this way. This way, Drakeethus.
Tidings.
Come on. Come on, buddy. Oh, you stupid son of a bitch. I should have just shot him. Ah.
You have questions?
Oh, I have so many questions.
Thanks. I'm out.
I believe you can now get Drakeethus as a follower, or like Darkwater Crossing is much more friendly to you now or something. I think he's actually also a trainer in something, so you can use a trainer trick with him. But again, this is from quite some time ago, so I might be mistaken on that. Might be mistaken. So anyway, we were talking about Daggerfall and Dragon Break. So basically, Daggerfall had 5 million different endings, none of which actually could be reconciled with each other at all. So to deal with this, the writers decided instead, I must save this fox. The writers decided instead to come up with the concept of a dragon break, which was essentially, due to the activation of the Numidium, the giant Dwemer death golem, at the end of the game, time itself became quite convoluted, as one might say, if you were Solera Pastora, and evidently, all of the events happened. But also all the events didn't happen. So there were evidently like 6 or 7 different Numidiums all at once going around shooting lasers or whatever it is they do. I don't care about forts. There's nothing interesting in forts unless you're fighting a battle. And then there's still nothing interesting in forts. I'm leaving. Shut up. Grumble. And like, the Necromancer, Manamarco, the King of Worms, became a god and also a moon, but then he didn't. And it was just a big mess. Just terrible, really. But the upshot of it all was that everything technically happened, but also kind of didn't happen, until Akatosh got his Jills, which are lady dragons, if I understand correctly, to sort of fix everything. So presumably what they're going to do for the outcome of the Skyrim Civil War is just another dragon break where both the Stormcloaks and the Imperials won the war, sort of, but also they both lost. so that things more or less equalize out into an acceptable status quo. Anyway, this was an Imperial prison, and then it flooded, so all the prisoners drowned because, the Imperials are mean. That's this place's lore. Now there's ghosts. Because unlike some developers, given the Jim Sterling used a very clever portmanteau of hetconning when referring to what has happened in Assassin's Creed Odyssey and its DLC and baby having. Bethesda has actually been pretty good about not doing that in their games, and instead going to great narrative lengths to avoid it. So instead of choosing one victor in the Civil War over the other and invalidating some players' choices, they will instead just finagle away so that everybody's choice was canon, sort of. But also not. That's a good question. You're a fool. Let's take a look at this Daedric mace. It's very spiky. All the Daedric stuff is super spiky. So if you do end up killing Ulfric in the Civil War quest, or I think that's the only way he can die, otherwise he's essential, you will actually see his spirit wandering around in Sovngarde. There was also a questionably successful prison break. Now, one lore thing at a time. One lore thing at a time. So yes, you can find Ulfric's spirit in Sovngarde if you kill him before you do the main quest and go to Sovngarde, and he will sort of be wandering around and lamenting that he pursued a fruitless war while Alduin ate everybody. And the reason that General Tullius doesn't end up in Sovngarde when you kill him, if you side with the Stormcloaks, I think has less to do with his value, with the fact that he's not a Nord. He is just not a Nord. He probably does not think he can get into Sovngarde and probably doesn't want to go to Sovngarde. He is an Imperial, and like most of the mortal races, when they die, they just go to some sort of vague part of Aetherius to be with the Divines or something. You can tell that General Tullius isn't a Nord because his name isn't like Ingvald Bearfucker. Instead, his name is Tullius, which sounds vaguely Roman. And they fucking love their Roman shit in the Empire, so yeah. Hello. Incredible. This Spriggan doesn't want to kill me. I guess that's because we completed the Elder Gleam quest peacefully-ish? We got the sapling? Maybe that's why? I don't know. There's a Dargon. I wonder if he's friendly. Here's some soul gems just sitting around. Yeah, that sounds like something Tullius would say. Not only is he not a Nord, he kind of doesn't like most Nords, because he thinks they're all a bunch of dumbasses. Which is fair, you know. The Nord cultural identity is kind of fighting a lot and being dumb, and drinking a lot of mead. And as they will proudly tell you. The Atronach stone is interesting. It makes you more resilient to magic and has you sort of absorb incoming magic attacks as part of your magicka pool, but it also recovers more slowly. Back in Morrowind, and I think Oblivion, where you chose signs at character creations rather than from standing zones, if you chose the Atronach sign for your character, you sort of had a very interesting build where you sort of had to be like this weird magic vampire. Because in those games, I think your magicka wouldn't replenish naturally at all if you had that sign, and you had to get hit by enemy magic to replenish it. Or drink a potion or something, I think. Maybe potions didn't work. I haven't messed with it. Let's paralyze some bandits. Maybe. There we go. Okay, so paralysis is really funny. Because it's basically like they get hit by a freeze ray. It doesn't always work. I think it depends on the strength and skill of your enchanting, and since I just sort of found this one, it's probably not that strong. But it sure is funny. Honestly, one of the very few things that Skyrim does in its story that I actually like, and is good, in my opinion, is that they tend not to cast very much judgment narratively on which side they think is right in the Civil War. They leave it fairly open to interpretation what the player values themselves. it's a fairly complicated issue because it's the Nords of Skyrim, fighty dumbasses as they are, still have very legitimate grievances with what the Empire has done with their rulership since the Great War and the Altmerry Dominion. But the Empire also has some fairly compelling arguments to stop this nonsense because the only people benefiting from the Civil War are the Thalmor, which is proven by a couple of dossiers you can find in the embassy if you're thorough, which I was not because I don't really like that quest. Sorry, I'm talking, so I'm just kind of running around aimlessly, sorry. So yeah, it's a complicated thing, and the game doesn't really say one way or another what they think you should do, and I appreciate that. Because, like, there's also the concern that the Stormcloaks are a Nord supremacist movement, and that Ulfric was just making a greedy power. But there's also concerns that the Imperials are unfit to rule, and also kind of fascists, so yeah, like I said, complicated. I like it. It's got some meat to it.
Hey, who's there?
Just me. Hello.
Stendarr's mercy, you aren't one of them. Please, you've got to help me. It's my wife, Viola. I think she's being held in this tower. I'm sorry. You're right. Let me explain. Viola, my wife, left the farm on errands and never came back. It's been months, and I've been searching for her since. I heard a rumor that these bandits were ransoming captives, so I thought she may be here. I managed to sneak past the guards and get this far, but I don't think I can go on. I'm no warrior. Please, can you look for her? Thank you. I don't have much, but I can give you some coin for the trouble. One of the guards dropped this key while I hid. I wager it'll come in handy for you. Please hurry.
No reason not to look for her. But yeah, they will probably resolve it with a dragon break. Which is okay. It's a very Elder Scrolls thing. Thud. Oh, good. Magicians. Fine. That's how it's gonna be. Is there Fiola in here? Is one of these barrels Fiola? No. Yeah, I'm pretty strong at this point. I'm not invulnerable, and I do have a weakness to poison, but, it will take a lot of high-level magic casters to actually put much of a dent in me. Just one, probably not. I'm literally right here. I think I could get away with punching you.
Victory is yours. I submit.
If I went to go pick a fight with a bunch of Chorus Reapers, I might run into trouble if I didn't properly prepare. Well, my corpse clairvoyance powers tell me that's not Viola, so we should keep looking. And, the really, really high-level dragons that don't show up until you're like fucking 76 or something, they use the Drain Vitality shout. And, that can be a problem. And of course, if I ran into a big group of archmages that like were all using their best magic on me at once, that might be troublesome because they would drain my stamina even if the frost wouldn't do very much damage to my Nord self.
All right, Snowback. Who are you and what are you doing in my tower? Fiola? How do you know that name? Krister? He's here? The fool's my husband. I'm Fiola. Or I was, once. Don't you see? I left that old scab, came home to Skyrim, and found this rabble of bandits. Didn't take much to prove myself and knock them into shape. Now every free blade from here to Windhelm wants to sign on for a peace. And it won't end here. I'd die before I went back. I don't know. I never expected the old bag to follow me so far. Just get rid of him. But don't kill him. I don't hate the man. I just want him to go back to his farm and forget about me. Take my wedding band. Stoon only knows why I kept it this long. He'll recognize it. Tell him whatever you think will convince him to leave. The ring itself is worth a few bits. Keep it as thanks for cutting off the last vestige of an unwanted fate.
Alright, that's fair, I guess. I mean, I did just kind of kill your entire gang, but don't... It's fine. It's fine, you'll find more. Skyrim crawling with bandits. I wish you luck on your looting and pillaging and kidnapping. Alright, so we've talked a little bit about Skyrim Civil War, Dragon Breaks, why Alduin was such a chump. I think that's like the major stuff I wanted to address lore-wise that sort of makes the story make a little bit more sense or makes it a bit more interesting. Maybe a little.
What news? Why isn't Viola with you? That. I gave it to her on our wedding day. Help me, Divines. It's true, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Keep the ring. I cannot bear the weight of them in my heart, and I must make the journey alone now. Thank you for... Thank you.
What the? Why are you... Please go back upstairs. You will ruin it.
Oh, it's you. I didn't think you could handle this on your own. Did you get rid of Krister? How did... No, forget it. I don't care to know. I'm free of the little man, and that's what matters. I owe you a debt, and I aim to repay it. We'll see each other again someday. For now, goodbye and thanks.
Uh-huh. Yep. Have fun with your banditry. I'm leaving. Look, she might be a bandit leader, but she gave me a quest. There are some things that must be observed in this world. Customs and traditions. I mean, you could just kill her if you wanted. Ah, Skelly Bones, hello. Rather weak to blunt trauma, those Skelly Bones. Sort of hoping I would suplex the skeleton. Anyway, with Alduin dead-ish, I mean, it's like, he's still kind of alive, but he's in Akatosh's gay baby jail, so he probably won't be around for another couple of millennia till he learns his lesson. There's still dragons out and about because, you know, he's not the only one that knows the words of power to resurrect dragons, presumably. But, Parshonax is sort of doing his... Hello. I guess we're fighting. This guy categorically stronger than Alduin. This game is weird. This guy took 3 hits. Alduin only took 2. Jiggle, 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 jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. Oh, actually, we did find two. I guess we could end the stream by looking for the last word of Stormcall and showing that off, and probably killing half of Skyrim in the process. Oh, right, you're not dragons. What am I thinking? I need to learn Bear Rend. You're lucky I don't need souls right now. Oh, it's a horsey. Oh, it's a kitty cat. So I would say that one of the biggest flaws with Skyrim's main story as it is that, like I mentioned earlier, it just doesn't really have a climax to it. Unless you go out of your way to end the Civil War yourself. But again, knowing how they handle these things in the lore as they go forward, it's like it doesn't really matter what you choose. Because they're just going to do some fucking Dragon Break time bullshit and everything will just sort of sort itself out. So, and of course the real looming threat here, even more so than the dragons, honestly, because Alduin's kind of a chumphead, is probably like the Altmeri Dominion and the Thalmor and all the people responsible for this civil war in the first place. And it's just like none of that gets touched on. It's just sort of out there for the sequel, I guess. Oh no, not Whitbane. I'm already stupid, please. That looks suspicious. I'm sure if she was just missing or if I was literally taking no damage. Both are somewhat amusing. My element is fist. Oh, you healed, you piece of shit. Alright, the Master Conjurer can actually damage me a little bit. And the Storm Atronach is kind of a problem too, so let's actually switch to weapon. I don't think I've ever actually been in here, so I don't know if there's something cool to find or what. Seems like they have quite the operation going here. Just casual candle pentagram. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? Summon Mehrunes Dagon again? Ha! That's a good one. I like that one. Alright, I made up my mind. I'm gonna head down to the place where the last Stormcrawl word is, so we can just do that. That's like a goal, now that all the quests are done. It's actually down pretty far to the south in this area, near Fort Dawngrad. Dawnguard. I'm still kind of fishing for time, so let's just walk and enjoy the nice scenery. Maybe run into another dragon. Trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to talk about. I think I went over most of it. It's mostly just sort of a disappointment that I have that Skyrim elected to gloss over all of the stuff that's actually interesting about Alduin and the dragons in favor of just more petty tyrants, I guess. I feel like the themes of ill-fated rebellion against one's innermost nature. Is it? I mean, I don't know. You're a bouncer, right? Shouldn't you, like, ask for my ID before trying to hit me with a warhammer?
Never should have come here.
Is this how you do business? Why don't you have a name? I will keep punching this sword until it breaks. I mean, I guess that could be construed as a non-lethal takedown. Maybe it's just going to be unconscious for a while. I can't search him. I don't know what's going on with this place. I feel like there's been a big misunderstanding here. Like, I feel like whatever conflict is here could have been solved peacefully. I mean, mostly I went and said hello to your bouncer, and he tried to kill me. I don't know. I don't even think I was responsible for this one. Alright, I have a shout for just this occasion. No, I don't. Well, I still sort of do. I was gonna use Kind's Peace, but I forgot that I didn't actually put any souls into that, so I can't. The skooma! The absolutely worthless skooma that's worth less than the moon sugar that was used to make it. Never mind. This was Morrowind. That would be a real treasure trove of stuff to sell to your favorite fence. Or Khajiit. Unfortunately, this is not Morrowind, so it's worth 20 gold? What the fuck? This man is still a mystery. There are still a couple of things that we could do that are interesting. On this character, like fight a legendary dragon or the ebony warrior, but that would take, actually a lot of grinding. Ah, dear Creeper, how I miss him. He's creeping. Creeper don't care about no illegal skooma. He'll take whatever off your hands. I'm just gonna use this instead of actually fighting animals from now on. It's much more expedient. I'm not really hard up for bear pelts or anything. Well, then again, Shout is on cooldown now, so, maybe I'll just, yeah, that's right, run away. Voice of this guy is a very useful buff when you're just kind of out and about exploring. Unfortunately, it is a real pain in the ass to reapply it. What? Why? I used the shield bash functionality of two-handed weapons. Which does a little bit of damage. And since wolves don't have a lot of health, you know. What is with people putting wolves in cages around here? Is this one? Here we go. Be free, my friend. Or not.
I cannot best you.
Alright. God damn it.
I'm Spider-Man.
Wait, actually... Okay. Christ alive! Just leave me alone! I never asked for this! Oh! Hey, Vilgus!
Come back here.
Okay. I guess you were out killing a troublesome saber cat, doing companions things? Good on you. Beating up a troll with my fists would take way too long. Calm down. Last Vigil is the, place where the Ebony Warrior hangs out once he spawns in the world when you're like level 80 or whatever ridiculous requirement it is. Until then, there's not much going on. Am I stuck? Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. This is why using the console is always acceptable in these games. Sometimes shit like that just happens. And I cannot go that way. When I was much younger, and I was playing Wind Waker for the first time, I always got very nervous when I got near the edge of the map. It always felt like I was on some sort of terrible boundary between the known world and complete anarchy. The first time the King of Red Lions told me to turn around, I was very upset. We'll get to where we need to go eventually. But until then, I'm gonna meander. Thank you very much for the subscription. I always appreciate any and all positive beeps on my stream. That's just kind of how I view them. Did Obslab make a nice noise? If yes, hooray! Y'all okay?
Time to end this little game.
Alright, you're fine, I guess. Get him! Oh God, leave me alone!
I'm getting out of here.
Alright, well, at least we're in the rightish area. I'm getting out of here. No, no, you're supposed to float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. That's how punching works. Hell yeah! Always gotta go for those suplexes when the option presents itself. Doesn't always work, sadly. I guess that's to keep it fresh and exciting. Hello.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Sir, I'm sorry to inform you, but you're not holding a sword. I would really appreciate it if you drew your sword. This is just kind of stupid otherwise.
Die already so I can take your stuff. Mercy!
For a minute there, I thought I'd actually buried his head in the rubble. That would have been funny. IMO. Ha! Didn't even hit me. Loser. How can you be so bad at making traps? Alright, I believe our ultimate destination... Oh, there's also a dragon lair we should probably investigate. Probably nothing particularly interesting in it if I haven't visited it before now, but, you know, souls. Words. Gotta catch them all. You goddamn coward! Christ, I swear to God. Alright, here we are in Foralhost.
You there! As an officer of the Imperial Legion, I require your assistance to complete my mission. The General has sent me to obtain a powerful weapon for the war effort. This was the last great bastion of the Dragon Cult, and their leader's mask was reported to be quite powerful. It seems that after the strength of the cult was broken in the Dragon War, a last contingent came here to create a stronghold and regroup. King Harold's forces crushed stragglers here during the First Era, and it has been haunted ever since. But the specifics of the siege are unclear. Very good. The research I've done seems to indicate that Scorm Snowstrider left part of his journal here after laying siege. I believe it should indicate how to enter the blocked-off sections of the stronghold.
This guy's a total imposter, though. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but he's a Thalmor agent. Doesn't really matter. He will die, one way or another. Fucking power slam that ghost. This game is funny. Holy hell, that's a lot of arrows. These ghosts are a little bit interesting because despite the fact that they are humanoid, they use the Draugr sound set. So they actually speak in that guttural dragon language. Instead of the usual, "Oh, I'm a ghost! You cannot hide from the dead!" voice. This is probably the first indication, if you're paying attention, that something is wrong here, because this is a Stormcloak soldier, but the guy outside was dressed as an Imperial, so what's the deal? Oh my, you have a lot of health. Alright, enough is enough. Out of my way. Basically, this curiously well-preserved journal from Scorn Snowstrider gives you a bit of a hint on how to proceed in this dungeon. The way forward is through a poisoned well. But it's locked from the inside, so you either need to pick the lock, which since this is Skyrim is trivial, or find the key. Love to headbutt! Love to gold? Oh shit, I'm overburdened. I am overburdened. What should I toss to rectify this situation? You can go. I would like to say that you can go, but I kind of need you for later. Yeah, you can go. Now there's some proper Draugr further in. There's also ghosts. It's just a regular monster mash in here. Don't want to hear it. This opens up a bit of a shortcut to the entrance. For completion's sake, I'm gonna head down into the crypt. I think that might be where the well is in the first place. I don't know. Getting a little bit tired. Door is barred! When you do the sort of power optimization that I was doing earlier, a stream or two ago, it's worth noting that the game gets kind of boring once you reach that level of power, but it also gets a bit more expedient, so if you're just looking to tie up some loose ends, it's fine. Those glowing symbols are actually rune traps. You can cast them yourself if you want. They do heavy damage to anybody that walks over them. Well, they would if they weren't completely tricked out in magic resist gear. But then again, if you don't do this, then you have to deal with cutting through the ridiculous amounts of health that Scourges and Deathlords have. Pick your poison. I prefer to go fast. Please go away. Anyway, what we came for was the Foralhost well key, which was in that chest. Saves you a lockpick. Alternatively, you could just go right through here. It's a master level lock, so if you don't have a cheaty mod on, it might take a little bit. They're my friends now. Wait, is that the right way? Help! Okay, I came in this way. there's also just, you know, random spike crusher trap in here. In case you're into that kind of thing. As far as I know, the Draugr are actually immune to it, which is annoying, but actually finagling them up there in the first place is kind of annoying too, so it works out. Just hit them with a stick. Excuse me? What? Hello? I think I killed that man with mine bullets. Like, I think what really happened is that I, like, initiated, a sync cam kill thing, but then it sort of didn't go through, but then it kind of did go through. Skyrim. Need this. Of course this place has another stupid claw puzzle. Why would it not? That's just how the ancient Nords did things. I think we will probably be switching games pretty soon. I will probably come back to Skyrim to go over how to play some different characters. Different types of characters, but I think for now I probably need a break from this game. Alright, fox, owl, snake. Open sesame. At least when you run into one of those, you know, the dungeon's almost over. Show yourself, what's your face? Ragult. Ragoat is smart and actually has some friends. I mean, they didn't actually get there in time to do anything, but he did bring friends. And I appreciate a forward-thinking man like that. I need to toss something again. I'll just put on my hauling boots. Wait, actually, I think what I was wearing were my hauling boots. Help! Yeah, okay, that increases carrying capacity. Alright, fuck. Away with you. We should go fight Karstag at some point, too. I'll do that later. Why do I have a drum? Still can't remove the Elder Scrolls. Okay, just under the limit. Let's see what Rago's mask can do. Some of the Dragon Priest masks are a little bit, underwhelming. Rago just increases your stamina by 70 points. How extremely exciting. They can't all be Volsung. Hey, I got your shit.
Oh, hold on. I can explain. Never should have come here.
Okay. This is like an explanation. So, somebody or other, most likely the Thalmor, given this guy's status as a high elf, wanted that dragon mask for themselves. And to bring it to Labyrinthian. I forget how many we have, but we're getting to the point where we could probably do that. That'll be for another stream. For now, we are right at the 4-hour mark. I am tired. Both of this game and kind of physically, so I'm going to stop for now. I'll figure out something to do for tomorrow. Until then, I hope you all have a nice night.